What is going on, crypto enthusiasts? Good morning. Happy Monday to you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm hoping you guys enjoyed your weekend. You guys are ready for a successful week. I'm your boy, Crypto Saint. We're going to be doing some live sessions today, going over ETH, BTC, and actually we're going to be going over a couple different alts that are being picked up on our scanner. So a lot of this information is going to be resourceful to those that are following along. One thing I advise is guard your risk management. What you see me do may not work for you. These are going to be my thoughts and ideas. This is, of course, not financial advice. This is for entertainment purposes only. That being said, let's dive into the ETH charts. Let's take a gander as far as what we are looking at. And actually, let me just drop something real quick. I think I have... this needs to be, oh, that's fine. It won't let me change it. That's okay. All right, so let's go into ETH. Let's talk about what we got going on here. Pretty exhausting waiting for the shorts to develop. All right, I know some of you guys that are hanging out with me inside of VIP, you know, we've been waiting for this move since like 1750s inside that area. We got a little bit of an upthrust to the upside. Got a good liquidity sweep inside that level, which essentially is really what we wanted and what we were looking for. Now, the bigger question is like, you know, how much further are we going to go down? You know, are we going to be inside of bullish retest levels where we're going to ultimately start going back up? Remember, July essentially is proving the thesis that June was the bottom at 1503. So July is going to have to be the month to confirm that. And in order to confirm that, we need to start moving down to the downside in some areas. That being said, I'll take you through the 4-hour first, which that's where we are right now. And I'll go ahead and take off this cipher for right now. And just kind of give you perspective as far as what I'm looking at. Let's add on these waves right over here. You know, one of the questions that I do get when it comes to waves, things like of that nature, which we're going to have a class. I believe you guys voted for Tuesday. So we're going to do a class tomorrow, first thing in the morning before we stream. But I'll give you a little synopsis right now when it comes to trading correction waves. Wave B can go higher than the origins of where it began. That's not abnormal. So once you have your fifth wave, you know, what follows from that is going to be a correction. So we have our correction that we can see that began right over here, bottomed out at 1713. That would have been your first leg, wave A. Then it's wave B. Then you take your measurements from there. You know, it can go to, and wave B can be tricky. Wave B, if there's heavy bearish dominance in the market, it can go to a 0.382 and then go into a wave C. Or it can go to like more normal levels, which would be right around like 76 to 88% of where wave A was created. And in some cases, in this particular case, it can exceed that level and go into the flat extension level. So in this particular case, we went to a 1.1 level. The next level above that was 1.13. So really like splitting hairs at that point. But I just want to point out that wave B can go higher, so not to fret. And how can you confirm that is so? Something that I was alluding to is if price action went all the way up to, let's say like 1.414, which I thought I had it on here. Here it is. There it is. right? Like if price action came to this level and then held that level, then the ABC would have been invalidated, and essentially our wave 5 truly wasn't done. But in this particular case, you can see that it went into this level, basically swept where that wave 5 was at, and you can see the correction down. This entire wick was the sweep level. So that should be a confirmation for you saying, okay, that was a wave B. We're now entering into a wave C. Where can wave C go to? And this is how I'm working it on a 4-hour for myself. 4-hour flat levels. You know, if I get a bounce somewhere inside of this area right over here, then I'm going to treat all this move down to here as a wave 1, and then a move up would be a wave 2, and then we'll get a wave 3. That's if we bounce inside of this zone, inside this area. And I'm going to share with you, what shorts I'm looking at. I am short from 1839.4. There's going to be an add back that I'm looking at going into here for New York. Sorry about that. I need to stay hydrated. So these are the scenarios that I'm looking at. If I can get a bounce somewhere inside of this area, then I'm looking for it to retrace a portion of this move from the peak over here to wherever this ends at. So if it ends over here in this area, I'm looking for 76 to 88% retracement inside the zone. I have some levels that sit right inside this area. I'll show you here on a 1 hour why I feel price action would go to that level. But that's going to be the first basis of it. We just got a change of character, and we had one earlier before on the 4 hour when we had that 1713. But then we went into another change of character, and we got to break your structure from there. So typically when you see change of characters, you're going to see some form of a retest of that area. That's what puts this area on the map for me, this zone. And then wherever this wave A is going to finish, I'll find out where those fib levels line up so I can identify if there's any confluence behind those. So that's the first option, right? That's saying, okay, this is going to take a little bit more time to develop, and we're going to, just take our time. The other option is saying, okay, well, maybe we go just straight into C, and that's extremely, extremely bearish here in that particular case. I mean, I'm like 50-50 with that. And what I mean by that is this. I'm not going to rule out that this wave C can happen. I just think that you're going to find a subwave that's going to occur in there first, and then you'll get a move down. And so this would become your 1, this would become your 2, and this move down would become your 3, which feeds into your wave C. But we wouldn't be out of the woods yet, because then you get a 4, and then you'll get your 5. Don't know where the 4 and 5 is going to be. I mean, I have some ideas for that. I don't want to get too far ahead in regards to speculating where price is going to go. But this is going to be, in short, kind of what I'm looking at. Now, I'm going to take it to a 1 hour. And you'll see that we have an anti-cipher that we mapped out just yesterday. So really what I'm looking for is I'm looking for this shaved head, which sits right around like 1805 inside that zone. Now 1787 sits right at this level right here, right where this wave C is at. So really bearish levels would be coming in, rejecting what was support, because this was a point of support that pushed us into this. So if we start rejecting off of that level, then we're going to come down to those levels that I mentioned right over here. So my add backs are first to observe this level right over here, what was resistance. Excuse me, I was about to sneeze. The second level that I'm looking at is this level, because we do have a shaved head that sits right over here. I don't have my shaved head indicator that's on at the time, but we do have this right here. We can see it open 1806.13, high 1806.13. So we do have some shaved heads that sit on the 1 hour. So ideally, I'd like to see a balance created here on the 1 hour, and then potentially move down into these lower levels. You know, I could be wrong about that in the sense that maybe it goes a little bit higher. That's why I have my stop loss that sits above the PRZ zone. So we could come into one of these levels right over here, which was wave X. It was a point of resistance, and it was a point of resistance for quite a few days, I believe, from, shoot, let's back up, since the 6th of July. This whole area right over here. Forgive my ugly drawings, but you get the idea. All right, so putting us inside of those zones. As of right now, this is one of those moves that you had to, you know, be there, you know, in the moment, whether you were inside the VIP or if you were inside the market war room. This is one of those moments that you had to actually be there to actually catch that short, because you can see that it basically just had a throwdown. It's better viewed here on a 4 hour. Let's just zoom in on that. You know, prices came to this area and then just tanked, and the volume definitely did not match. So that was another clue for us when we were looking at price action. When this developed initially, when you had that initial move up, this candlestick, if you will, or volume stick, it's better put, this volume stick right over here was green, but it wasn't higher, right? So that points towards an exit pump. And when you start to see those, that's your clue to say, okay, well, I'm going to short that. And that's if you're using volume dynamics that are on there. I have other tools that read the same information on my side, but that's just something that I think everybody has access to from an indicator perspective that they can utilize. What's going on, guys? Let me say my good mornings. What's up, Solar? Good morning, brother. What's up, Whacker? Good morning, brother. What's up, Boy? What's up, Scissors? I salute you, brother. Good morning. I'm glad that you got back in. I'm pretty sure you feel that redemption. I'm pretty sure you feel that redemption. So salute to you, brother, for staying, you know, staying sturdy. You didn't let the emotions get the best of you, which is good, which is good. Everything's going to be a test. Everything's going to be a test. And let's get rid of these drawings real quick. So, you know, in short, this is kind of what I'm looking at right now for add backs to my short position. I feel like there's a lag going on my side. It's very choppy on my side. I think I need to fix something. It's all good. Now, if you guys understood what I just went over as far as this setup for ETH, do me a favor, drop a like, drop a comment. Helps me help you know that you guys understand this. And if there's questions and areas that you're lost in this, please feel free to drop it inside of the comment section. I'll be more than happy to assist in regards to that. One of the questions somebody asked me inside of our server, can you show in the stream the settings that you have in the indicator? It seems they differ from defaults. Also, if you can speak more on this affirmation you made, your account balance does not determine your value. It sounds really good and is a good motivation when losses happen. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. I'm actually gonna reply to inside the server which indicator, because I obviously have several of them. There we go. So now it's just a matter of patience. You know, we have several different views from this. Let's go to a higher time frame real quick for ETH, and then we're going to go from the higher time frame, then we're going to go over to USDT. Let me take something off real quick. It feels laggy on my side. I don't know if it is for you guys, but I'm hoping it's not. Maybe it's just my side. So let's look at weekly. Let's start here. Last week, the magic level for us was 1, 2, 3. No. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. It was this level right over here, which was 1723, 1724. Let's just round up, 1724. We tapped that level. We can see that we tapped that level, and then we pulled right back up. So it kept the bearish setup phase intact. It kept it intact. Now going into this week, we kind of can anticipate the same thing, right? We can anticipate this level right over here, 1705, inside of that zone. If we lose 1705, then the setup phase sequence flips back into a bullish setup phase, which ultimately points towards lower lows. The concerning part about that, as a trader, or at least utilizing TD9 sequential, is that if we do lose the 1705, the setup phase count restarts. It's not going to pick up from like an 8 or a 9 or anything like that. It's going to straight up go into a 1, which we could ultimately see 9 weeks of lower lows if it goes into a 1, right? So the first level that we're looking at our weekly, where it makes sense, is 1737 to 1705. Like those are going to be some of the first levels. Now, mind you, when we go back over to the 4-hour, we can see that we can drill down a little bit tighter on that and see levels that are that are a little bit lower than that, and we're going to utilize those. But I want to take you over to the 2-week, because 2-week has never changed its sequence. In order for this sequence to change over the next 6 days, this is where price action needs to go. 2098. And that, you know, to some that may not seem like a far stretch, but in the world of day trading, I mean, that's a pretty big stretch in the span of 6 days. That's a pretty big stretch. So this sequence is still inside of a bullish setup phase, which ultimately on the 2-week, it's pointing towards lower lows. We have this massive wick inside this area, which was part of June. So these are 2 June wicks right over here. Well, excuse me. This is May, towards the end of May. Then you have start of June, that's right over here. So all of this is June right over here. So what I'm trying to drive home is it's going to be very normal for price action to come and fill some of this wick. Let's actually turn that black. There it is. Okay. To fill in this wick. And so every move that's inside of this wick would be considered bullish retest. That would put us into our new 2-week cycle. Let's just say this first 2 weeks, we come back into these levels and we start to fill in this area. And now we're in the next 2-week cycle. So go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a lot easier to reclaim versus this. So over the course of the next 6 days, I fully anticipate that we'll be testing some of this wick inside of this area. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a 50 fib on that. Let's just look at 50 of that. Let's turn that black so we can actually see it. And we'll increase that so you guys don't have to squint. %50 of that wick is 1607. And all of this would be considered, like I said, would be considered bullish retests inside these zones. We would have to maintain these levels. We can see that there's a small little uptrend right here. Right? Bounce, 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 bounce. right? We have yet to close underneath that. Even if in our 2022 bear market, when we went to 882 inside that area, we still pulled back up and held above this trend line. So intent, long-term intent for buyers, they want to maintain this area. They've wanted to maintain this area for the last 4 years. And could it come down lower and just say, yeah, you know what, go pound sand and come into this zone right over here? Yeah, I could. This is one of the levels that one of our members was pointing out, 1280. If we throw on a dynamic tool with that, we can actually see there's a hot pocket that sits inside these zones, or there was a hot pocket that sat inside these zones. Hot pocket's really down here. This would make people cry. But, you know, we can see that we have some liquidity pockets, 68% and 84% that sit inside this zone. So 6 days coming and retesting. From a weekly perspective, if I'm going to be bullish, and it's going to be a very strong bullish move, we need to keep this sequence intact. That's your bullish thesis. And so essentially you would, if you're bullish here and you're like, look, we bottomed inside of June, I'm fully confident, I believe that we're going to be going higher, then we need to maintain 1705. And I'm not here to say that you're wrong, or even if you're right. I'm just aligning myself with you, saying that's going to be the key level for us that we need to maintain inside that zone, 1705. So even if it comes down a little bit lower than that, that's okay. That's where we utilize the 4 hour from here. And so 1705 sits right in this region right over here. And so you got a 0.5 fib. So then it puts these areas on the map for us. I wish that would be different. It puts those levels on the map for us. Now, if you recall, we do have a bat pattern on the 4 hour, which sits right over here, and the wave B for that bat sits right there. And we have yet to test that level. We have yet to test that level. So longs here in this area, you know, taking longs is more of a gamble in that perspective. So for me, on my analysis, I would much rather wait for a small pullback to the upside and then add back to my short, because I think the risk reward, in my opinion, would be greater adding back to my short and coming down to these levels and saying, okay, are you going to hold inside of this area? And then maybe opening up a hedge inside of this zone and then moving up. Right? Because if I can get a wick that gets into any one of these levels right over here, let's say 1696, 1679, inside of this zone right over here, there's more confluence that sits right over here because we have yet to test this wave B. We literally just broke right out of it. Boom. And there was never a retest. Not once was there a retest. I'll leave the bat on. And I'll leave the wave B. And then there was a bearish count. Let me find it. There was a total pattern that developed from here. I mean, the pattern itself is not invalidated, just the entry was invalidated. Let's see if we can actually make some edits to that real quick. Sol has some alarms that are going off, so we're going to go into Sol here in a few. Actually, let me just go to Sol right now. I know I'm jumping all over the place. I just want to see what's going on with Sol. So Sol's right on schedule. Sol's right on schedule. Yeah, I'm looking for Sol like at 98. 98. Yeah, 98 fib, 62.66 as far as price goes. That's what I'm looking at for Sol. So I believe we mapped this out a couple streams ago. And so everything is kind of moving into where we needed to move to. So this whole move right over here was a wave B. You can actually just slightly adjust that. I know I said wave B, I meant to say wave C. Making this a wave 1, and then we're going to get a retracement back down into these areas. That's kind of what we're looking for. I'll take out the dynamic so it's a little bit easier to view. Yeah, definitely would be longing in this area. I think there's more momentum to go down to the downside. We can see that there's volatility that's starting to develop here on DMI, and that's on daily, guys. That's on daily. And we have no buy signals that have developed here on the cipher, both lagging indicators, which is fine. But that's just a point out saying, you know, should I be long in this area right over here? I'm like, no, I wouldn't. Me personally, I would not. All right, so that's all. Let me take you back over to here. We're going to adjust this total pattern. Let's open this up. Yeah, I can still get a total pattern out of that. I need to get my lock on here because that will drive me bananas. There we go. So still a valid total pattern. Just the PRZ was just higher. That's all it was at the end of the day. It was just higher up. Because these ratios still fit within a total pattern. It's probably hard to see on your side because I have it small. I have it like that intentionally, but this says 3.381. That's this leg right over here. That's this entire leg right here. So the total pattern is still very much so valid. If you want to go a step further and look at some resistance lines, you can do that as well too. And this is your resistance area right now. I'm not going to use it, but that's something that you can do if you like to utilize spider lines or anything like that. So those are some of my thoughts for ETH. I'm gonna go ahead and put this inside of the playback section so you guys know what I'm looking at. And I'll put a little note here for you guys. And let's put this inside the playback. That's for ETH. All right. So that's placed there for you guys. I wanted to look at USDT. What is occurring on USDT? If it actually decides to load, that would be fantastic. Okay. But USDT is not loading. I don't know why. There we go. So USDT on a daily, you know, these are some of my, I would say my concerns, if you will. We're currently inside of like this low volume area right over here. I wish this thing would just stay the color. Right, we're inside this low volume area. This is where price is really developing here inside this area. Can it go higher? Yes, it could. Yes, it could. The way that I'm structuring this is, you know, very similar to what we were looking at on ETH you know, ETH going into that wave B, and essentially, you know, this is the development of wave C, but inside of that wave C, you're going to get a wave 1, and then you'll get a wave 2. So this area becomes an area of interest for me. If we can maintain this black, this green box right over here, then ETH will essentially pump very, very hard. If it just blows right past that area and we get into these zones right over here, which this red dot, this highlight dot that you see represents previous all-time highs for USDT. And in the major bear market cycles that we've had, we have reached, USDT has reached all-time highs inside those zones. Actually, let's zoom out. See, major bear market, major bear market. This would be our next potential all-time high for USDT. If USDT does get to those levels, yeah, ETH is definitely not only just sweeping the 1503, but it is going for a deep correction, where you're going to feel like you're doing nothing but catching a falling knife. And it's going to hurt. So I'm sharing with you USDT to use as confluence, saying, okay, well, USDT at the current moment right now is on a little bit of an uptick here on the daily. You got some buy signals that have developed from it right here. You have a little bit of volatility that's developing here, but it's leaning more towards DI positive, which is bullish momentum. You have money flow that's coming in, so it shows that there's rotation going into stable coins. And then you have your RSI that's above your 50 baseline, so there's actual real strength that's developing for USDT. So that's why I label this area as a potential hedge. I don't think we'll sweep this. I don't think we'll sweep that, not just yet. I think we need to go for that correction first. So something like here, then maybe here, and then we come down lower. This would be, all this would be constituted as a wave 1, then we'll get a wave 2, and then we'll get a wave 3. And that wave 3 would be inside of that wave C. Because if wave C is going to go to a zigzag level, which these are zigzag levels right over here, then that makes sense for a wave 1, then 2, and then 3 being the most impulsive, and that lines up with your wave C coming down into a zigzag. All right. Questions. If you guys have no questions, then I will continue to do what I'm doing. Let's see, what else do we have here? So I have not updated the site this morning. I had a little bit of a late start for myself. Then I had class first thing this morning at 8:30. But I did not update the site. But what I just gave you guys is what you're going to see on the site when we bring it about. One thing I do want to share with you, what we're going to be doing this week, we're going to test something out for the live streams, so that way we can find a little bit more ideas that are out there. Is we're going to utilize the scanner, and you guys have access to this. There is a unlock pin for it. Just DM me for the pin, and I'll get the pin over to you. But I'm going to be utilizing the scanner and trying to identify which ones are coming up high on the radar. Excuse me. So we have these that are developing. Cat was a good one. What did that score? It scored a 74. There was another one that scored like 82. I don't know where it went. I gotta look for it. But these same, just so you guys know, once you guys have the pin and all that stuff, you can literally just copy this this setup here so you can utilize it. So just placing it for you. The scanner picks up well over 100 different setups per day. So I'm not focused on the win ratio as far as being a high number. That's not my focal point. You know, out of 100 plus different trades that are out there, you know, some of them are still developing. Right? I think we actually have 94 opportunities that are out there. And so a good portion of them are still developing. So I wouldn't necessarily focus too much on the win ratio that's for them. I'd focus more on what setup is available that's showing. These are the loss reviews, so you can see the transparency on what worked and what didn't work. And then the ones that are active as of right now, Barcoin, geez Louise, I don't know, man. I can't, I don't know if I could trade that. It just feels weird. But let's go to prom. Yeesh, that thing is nosediving. Can I get a daily on that? Damn, I got data on that. Okay, can I get a weekly? Okay, that's okay. Okay, that's okay. I can utilize that. Okay, so this thing is hitting all-time lows. And volume is starting to die down on that. So let's float back down to a 4-hour real quick. Let's open that up. I don't know, there might be a long opportunity there. What the hell was this? Oh man, that was just brutal. So chop, 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 chop. Right now you have a little bit of a scallop that's developing. Can I find a pattern out of that? Did I go to 100% on that? One, two. No, that won't work. That won't work. So there's no count that's available on that. I can go 1, 2, 3, and then I can go to a D lag there. I can maybe do something like this. That might be too sharp. I need to adjust this a little bit higher. Bro, what is this magnet on? That's a weak magnet? Holy cannoli. Alright, well, you get the idea. So I look for... I mean, there's a scalp developing there. I forget which tool that's under. So maybe an atom right here. Yeah, but I don't have a V, so I can't get an Eve. So if anything, I'm just going to get a scallop that sits inside this area. Yeah, so let's see if I can drill down on that a little bit more. Worst case scenario, I'll just go to my charts and utilize more tools that are on there that I can utilize. But everything that I'm doing right now is straight inside the terminal, which you guys all have access to. So what I'm showing you is like you can look at this scanner and pull up any one of these charts, start getting some mock ideas, and then if you want to transfer it over to your trading view, you can do it that way too. You see? You can just download it and just keep it for reference. And so there's a strong little bounce on that. I don't know, maybe a nice little... What was my that was my major swing right there. What would I target? I target that wave B. Yeah. That's risky because I have this wick down here that that price action could come into. Yeah, price can come into that. I would tighten that stop loss on that. I would tighten the stop loss on that. Literally like that tight. What price is this? 1.218. Okay. All right, so we'll come back to that. I'll leave that chart open. We'll just come back to that. But the tools are there for you. Let me see what questions you guys have. What's up, Big World? Good morning, brother. Good morning. Good morning. My short entry is 1740. You're underwater. Thinking of killing it soon, but not sure if we can test sub 1700. Any thoughts will be appreciated. Maybe you popped in a little bit later into the stream, which is totally fine. I appreciate you being here. That's kind of what I went over like in the first 10 minutes of the stream. You know, we're looking for these areas that you see on my chart now. You're looking for either a potential hedge inside of those zones. 1608 is still on the table as well too, because 1608 is 50% of the 2-week candle wick. I'll show you here now. Let's go back over to a 2-week. This wick that you see right over here. So the regime right now from a TD9 sequential, this is inside of what's called a bullish setup phase. You know, bullish setup phase. Did we come to that? No way. Hold on. Yeah, no, we didn't come to that. Okay, I'm tripping. You know, the bullish setup phase for the regime is pointing towards lower lows. We're on a 4 right now. So I think over the next 6 days, we're going to test some of these areas right over here. Let's turn that to black. Some of these areas right over here. 50% of this wick right here is 1608. You like my beautiful drawings, guys? I know, I like them too. So I'll put that back on for you. Why did that? What? Why did you do? I don't know why I did that, but whatever, it's fine. I'll just move this out so you see it. All right, it's 1608. 1705.31. That's where we're going to be at. So, you know, you're at 1740 now. I mean, if you want to kill it because there's an opportunity that we can go a little bit higher than that, yeah. That's where this comes into play. Right, it just depends on where this stops, because we do have a change of character that is developed here. So typically price action will come to like maybe these levels. So I think you're 1740, 1737. There might be a bounce in that area. And then we come back into one of these zones. And then we'll finally get our push. So there's a couple different options. You're looking for a bounce here. And then you're looking for bounces here. All of those levels will create a wave 1, and then you go into a 2, or you'll create a 1, and then you go into a 2. If we don't go there first, and let's just say from here we decide to go up and start testing these areas inside these zones, then it's an invitation to start building your short, or at least adding to your short. So, you know, with those levels in mind, and knowing that we have at minimum 6 days, I think the question becomes like, can you sit in this for another 6 days and wait for us to get back to those areas? And then the second part to that question would be is like, okay, well, what if we actually get back to your entry and then it just does one of those? What are you going to do at that particular time? You know, do you say, okay, cool, now I can get out, I don't have a loss? Or do I flip into a long and then ride it for a scalp or an intraday and then re-short at a higher level? You know, those are going to be questions that you really need to ask yourself based on risk management, time, and how you can manage the trade overall. But I think you can get back to your level as far as what you're looking at. I think you can. What else was there? The first 10 minutes answered all my questions from what we were talking about over the weekend in VIP. Thanks, Hank. Oh, you're welcome, Walker. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome. Yeah, that's your choice. That's your choice. Not a bad play. You're planning to close 50% at break even, then perhaps add back on any bounce, or just TP at lower if it just melts through. Yep. So we had a nice little move, you know, in the beginning of July, but we got to remember this, guys. Like, let's just go over to the monthly. There's 18 days left inside the month. And for a trader, I think that's like an eternity. That's like an eternity. Let's take a look at heat maps real quick. Let's see what we got going on for heat maps. Let's open that up. Let's look at ETH. I'll take you over to BTC here in a second. See, that's on a daily. Got a good amount of shorts that started compiling. We didn't even go to 1856, so these people have been holding for a minute. What did we go to again? Like 18. What did we go to? 1848. All right, so we went to 1848 on this move over the weekend. Bro, that's crazy if it goes to 1856 on the move down. I'm personally just waiting for add backs. I'm not doing anything here, not at this level. There's nothing really here for me in that particular case. You could have traded New York open high and New York open low. I totally get that, but remember, when you're trading those session ranges, you're going to be range bound, right? So those are not going to be where your swings are developed. If I can find it, that'd be great. There we go. Right, this is Asia, right? So we've swept Asia low. And one thing you want to keep in mind is when you're looking at these sessions, you know, what is each session doing? So, you know, you had your PM session high over here, then you swept it, obviously during after hours for market, Asia high, then it created a new low. London stayed range bound after markets kind of stayed range bound. Then New York open, swept the high inside that area. Then PM session stayed range bound after markets really just started tanking. Asia created a high and created a low, so they're basically pushing everybody out. Asia was just taking everybody out, took out the shorts, then took out the longs. Now you can see London moving sideways, range bound, no highs or anything like that. And now we have New York. So best case would be New York PM session, because we're in AM session right now, is maybe New York PM session can sweep the London high, get us into one of these levels or one of these levels, all keeping us within inside this internal structure. So if that is the case, then, you know, just playing devil's advocate here, just saying, okay, well, New York AM session, that was the low. This entire move becomes the 1, and then the move up becomes the 2. So then it becomes something like that, and then you'll get your 3. So if I'm trading sessions, the reason I'm pointing this out is if I'm trading sessions, then I'm just looking at previous session highs or previous session lows, contingent on where I'm positioned. Yeah, sure. I would, I mean, in a perfect world, you'd like to say, okay, well, I want to take an New York session low and then aim for this. Yeah, I mean, I get that. But you have previous session markets that were showing where there was resistance inside of this internal structure. So all I'm saying is if you were long in this area and you did catch a long, you know, my TP would be here. Like 80% of my TP would be right there. And then I just leave a runner and let it go and say, okay, where are you going to go? Wherever it decides to go inside this internal structure is then where I'm going to start building my short. But I'm personally not long from these areas. I want to look for a little bit lower on the longs. Going back over to the monthly, remember we have 18 days that are left inside of this. You guys can't see any of what I'm seeing. I just shared all that. You guys can't see that. Now you can see it. Sorry about that. Let's do that one more time. Yeah, I know. I just caught that. My bad. My bad. I'll redo it. My bad. Let's go back over to this. So these are your these are your sessions. I typically use sessions from 30 minutes and lower. You can use them on higher time frames. The indicators that we've designed allows you to show session time frames. You can go whatever time frame you want. I typically use them on the 30-minute. So what I was alluding to is saying before, you know, when you're looking at your sessions and you're trading sessions, you want to target previous lows and previous highs. So in this particular case, you know, if I'm trading Asia, let's say I was trading Asia on this, right? My target would have been right over here. That would have been my initial target. New York PM session. Right? Asia didn't do that. So Asia kind of topped out here. I would be like, all right, cool. I'm done for the day. This is going to be your aftermarket. Okay. I didn't sweep this area. I'm holding this area. I'm going to long this zone. I'm going to target this area. Oh, I didn't hit that out area. I'm going to get out. Then you have aftermarket. Okay, cool. You missed it. Maybe you sat inside of it, but if you're trading sessions, this is the best way for you to be trading your sessions. Now you have a new session. You have New York open. You have that low targeting here, which is a small range. So that would have been my TP. My next TP would have been the Asia session. That's my next TP. Then I created that high. I'm out. I'm out. All right, I see some sideways movements. I see that there's signs of weakness. I'm entering into a short. Okay, cool. What am I targeting here in this area? I'm targeting the New York low. I didn't get that. I got to this level right over here. Okay, I'm just scalping and I'm out. I'm just out. After markets came through, then Asia came in and said, we're going to take both sides. And this is where some of us started to short, because Asia took out this session right over here. And there's no sessions here. You can go further back if you want to on the tool. If you want to look at previous sessions, you can go several days back. I usually keep around 2, but it basically took out this area. So Asia gave us what we're looking for the short, came and took out all of these sessions, took all those out, and now you're sitting inside of here. So let's say that you're now long from this zone right over here. Again, same thing. You're targeting, okay, well, London session low. I'm finding resistance against that right now. I'm going to TP there. Now you still have the PM session that's going to come about here in the next hour and a half. And then PM session could maybe get us to here. So I would TP here. If it decides to move a little bit higher, then I have a runner that's moving. If I TP here and it just starts to move sideways, then I'm just out. I'm out during that session. But that's how I would treat that. Huge liquidation cluster at 1850s. If it goes to 1800, it may as well go to 1850. No. I hear your question, but I don't understand the rhyme or reason behind that. You know, if it goes to 1800, might as well go to 1850. And that's not to say that you're wrong. It's just I don't understand the rhyme or reason for that. Outside of maybe you're going for like psychological levels, which are difficult to trade because there's no technical behind that. Me personally, I'm 99.9% a technical trader, so I look at the technicals for it. And so the technicals for me line up with my 1 hour, my 4 hour, my weekly, and my 2 week. So it's these levels. Right, and these levels derive from pivot points. As a matter of fact, we can actually throw on another pivot point right over here. And we'll highlight that green. All right, so right now it's lower time frame 1 hour, or the highest of lower time frames, which would be 1 hour. We're starting to reject this area. So you got the way that I operate, and I'm not instructing you, it's saying just the way that I operate is I operate from level to level. You know, the first thing that I'm looking at is I can see that there's a change of character. What happens usually when we see change of characters, if the trend is authentic and it's not moving into volatility, I'll give you an example of that here in a second, but to complete that cycle of action, as far as when I'm looking at for a change of characters, I'm looking for a pullback. You know, very bearish would be testing this area, but you could see a sweep of this zone right over here, and then you get into this level where there's an imbalance. You can get into where the wave B is at, which is this level right over here. You have another point of resistance right over here, which is 1829. This is the confirmation for that pattern. Thus, so far, this pattern is like 85% done. Once it gets to this level, the 1737, this pattern, in my opinion, it's done. It's served its purpose. Now we have larger patterns, right? Which we have this level right over here, which is wave B, which is 1638. And if you recall what I was mentioning, 50% of that wick is 1608. So we might see something that gets us all the way down to these levels right over here. All of which, again, are bullish retest. So yes, I do see what you're saying as far as there's a cluster that sits here. That's on a daily that sits right over here. Yes, there is. I'm not disputing that. But let's look. Remember, when we're looking at the trend and the current trend of the market right now, and if you're struggling with trend, you can just utilize the DMI, and you can utilize the cipher. So that's on a 1 hour. I really like to utilize DMI on a 4 hour. We can see that bearish momentum is picking up, and in addition to that, this little Nike check that you see right there. Let me just open that up. It'll be easier to do it this way. There's strength developing in the move. Okay, what strength is developing in the move? Bearish momentum is developing. So when I view that and I say, okay, well, if I got bearish momentum that's developing and there's strength that's going to match it behind it. Sorry, I need to hydrate. And I'm looking at liquidity heat maps. Sure, 1856 is there, I get it. But based on the trend, this is closer in region versus here. So it'd make more sense to sweep this. That gets us to our 1737 area. So there's 80 million that's there. There's 50 million that's there. There's 234 million that's there. Yes, there's more attraction to this level based on price action, but distance wise, this is a shorter distance. It's easier to sweep out this area. And for the majority since, I don't know, November of last year, August, November of last year, I mean, bears have had it pretty darn easy. I mean, look at that. You could have literally shorted from anywhere and you would have been fine. Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. There you go. Now you can see it. Look at that. Yeah, no, you're right about that. That liquidation zones act like magnets, 100%. That is a true statement. We have to remember, though, we have magnets on both sides, though. We have magnets to the upside and we have magnets to the downside. The trend is going to give you an indication as far as where the strength of that magnet is pulling first. And based on the trend right now, and I'll even open up a DMI on a 2-day. You know, this is volatility, but all that entire move that we saw, all this move right over here, this little move right over here, from, you know, 1537 up to this 1840 area, all of that was just a loss of strength from bears. They never gave up their position. You can see it here on the DMI. Remember, higher time frames possesses better data. They never gave up their position. And they haven't given up their position since May. I mean, you had a small relief. If you really want to go back even further, I mean, they started building their position right over here, September of 2025. And so every time it gets into like this little peak right here, it goes for another leg. So if it starts to peak like that, oh boy. What changes on a 2-day is if DI positive crosses over. We're waiting for this to move up like that. And whichever side is more dominant, that's leading that charge, right? Because we'll use this as an example. ADX came to an all-time low and there was volatility. They were fighting for that position here, fighting for that position. Then all of a sudden, bearish momentum just took a massive spike inside of January, right? With the ADX that led the charge right behind it. And this is what led us to our first low of the year in February, which I think was like 1645 and some change. Now I'll give you the good news. The good news is that we can see that on each one of their moves that they have, they're losing strength altogether. They're losing strength. When was this? This was June. So this is our 1503. So we peaked, losing strength, complete loss of strength. So when you come down to here to these lower time frames and start mapping out your ideas, your zones, that's what makes these levels saying we're inside of a bullish retest. Your best case scenario, extremely bullish, would be 1737. Bull step in, they're like, all right, we've had enough, we're moving up. Next level would be, you know, that 1679 area. And we have no buy signals yet. We really want to see something like this, where you have divergence. Something like this. So if you're utilizing a cipher wave, that's kind of what you're looking for. Somebody asked me about the indicators. Which one's the liquidity citadel one? Okay, cool. So yeah, I'll open that up for you. Let me go full screen first. So it's going to default to show you all this. I leave these zones alone. I don't touch any of these. I adjust my colors based on how I want my colors to read in that regard. I do my sweep look back. I do 405. And it's actually going to default to sweep levels to show you on that. You don't really need to touch any of this. RSI length, just make sure it's at 14. And same thing for ADX. Make sure those are at 14. Fast EMAs are 8, that's defaulted. Mid EMAs is 50, and then the slow EMA is going to be 200. But the only real changes that I make are going to be the sweep lookbacks, 405. The reason being I change it to that is so that way I don't have a whole bunch of sweep levels on my chart. It's just picking up a whole bunch of smaller sweep levels. I'm looking for the more major ones altogether. Smart candles, you know, this is going to show you bearish if it's purple or whatever color that you choose for your bear color. For my bear color in this example is going to be purple. If I'm ranging, it's going to be yellow. And if I'm bullish, I'm going to be green. Liquidity levels, those are going to be your buy side liquidities and your sell side liquidities. Your dashboard, you can move it pretty much wherever you want. I put mine to the bottom left. I think it defaults to the top right. I do mine on the bottom left just because it gets in the way of this area over here for me. So I do mine bottom left. Your setup zones, if you want to look for setups, it's going to give you a setup zone. See, none are printing as of right now. It's not showing any setups. I need to get rid of this. There. Let's put that back on. And as you have your setup zone, your stop loss, you're going to notice that your stop loss is going to move with it. So the score for it right now is a 76. Basically, it's on a watch. There's a magnet at 1712. And then there's a magnet at 1825. But those are my settings. That's what I utilize. I don't leave them on just because I don't need them, me personally. I typically leave on, if I can actually get rid of that, that'd be fantastic. I usually leave this on. I can take that off. I usually leave on the liquidity levels, so the buy side liquidities and the sell side liquidities, and you'll see that they're labeled on here. See? BSL1, BSL2, buy side liquidity, and then you have sell side liquidity 1 and then sell side liquidity 2. So it works as confluence for me. So when I'm drawing out my fibs, I'm like, okay, What do I have that's inside of this area that lines up with it? Okay, great. I have sell side liquidity that sits inside of this area. I have 2 zones. Great. I also have some fib levels for a zigzag wave C that sits inside that level. So that's how I utilize it. And then typically I leave my smart candles off because I'm using a heat map a good portion of the time. So I usually run with my heat map. I don't know if you're here, Michael, but if you're watching the playback, that's the answer for it. What market is this? This is the 1 hour and 10-minute area. Let's just say that. All right, cool. It's a nice pull. 1760. That's a nice pull. Yeah, but remember, notice that now we're starting to fight this area. We're starting to fight this zone right here. We never marked off New York 15-minute session. Let's do that now. No, leave you on. Take you off. All right. You got break of structures, that's decent. That's why people are long in that. Okay. Where's my 930? There you are. That's you. Is that you? Yeah, that's you. Is that the same candle? No, that's the same candle. Let's just turn those orange so we don't get those confused. Let's make those lines. And let's do the same thing over here. Make it a line. And we're going to make it orange. We'll thicken it up a little bit so it's a little bit more visible. Same thing right over here. And so when you're inside of this area, that's really like, this is a no trade zone. And then you're waiting for either side to break. So right now we're breaking above this zone right here. So you want to wait for this, come here, and then maybe you'll get a move like that. I'm not longing it. That's not where I'm positioning myself. I'm looking for add backs to my shorts. But that's how you would trade that if you're going to be trading open sessions for the first 15 minutes. You show it on the on the 1 hour, but you don't show it on the 4 hour. That's fine. You breached an order block. Okay. And you went into a fair value gap. You cleared some of that. Did you clear 50 of that? No, not really. Just underneath it. Just underneath it. Okay. I got another fair value gap that sits here. This was already cleared, so this is probably the only one that's been tapping into. All right, let's add back on another. I need to adjust that. Got it, okay. If you guys are learning something today, you've got some good value though so far for the hour that we've been together, do me a solid, leave a comment, hit the like button. It definitely helps the algorithm altogether. And for me, it's inspiration to continue to do these. It doesn't cost you a thing, and it's a big help for the channel altogether. In the next 40 minutes, we're going to start looking at some alts, and we're going to go into some of those coins that we're looking at. As a matter of fact, we're going to pull up Prom. That's one of them that we were looking at. Oh, do I already have that? Maybe I already have that. Oh no, that's a different coin. Sorry. Yeah, you're it right there. All right. If you guys want to trade with me, you guys can trade with me on Bitunix and Blofin. Those are the two exchanges that I trade both on heavily. Bitunix is running a campaign for us right now. 20% cash back on your deposits, plus you'll be bumped up to a VIP 2 status within the exchange, which grants you lower fees for trading. So not only do you get a futures bonus contingent on your deposit, you'll also be getting a futures bonus based on your trade volume. So the more volume you do, the more access you have to trading bonuses. The full details for that campaign is inside of our server. You'll find it under the Bitunix channel that's in there. You'll see the campaign posted inside of there. Same thing for Blofin. They're doing a 20% cashback. Their fees are relatively low as is. So right now they're doing the 20% cashback. The 20% cashback usually comes within 3 days. And they're not going to slow poke it and just give it to you in small installments. You'll get the full 20% cash back on the 3rd day. Obviously, there has to be trading volume with it, so it's not just a deposit and sit and wait. There has to be trading volume that goes with it. And again, the details of that campaign is inside the Blofin channel, inside the server. If you guys want to trade with me, that's where I'm trading. How did FET do? Did FET do well? FET did okay. Yeah, I got out of FET. That was our last stream last week. I think that was Friday's stream. Yeah, it still hasn't gone the full distance yet. Just waiting on that. Let's look at Beat. Man, I haven't looked at Beat in a little while. And Beat is holding this line. It feels so dangerous. That thing is just going to, at some point, it's literally just going to go whoop and probably target right over here, because you can see that there's low liquidity right there. Clo did phenomenal. I've already closed my Clo position. Clo did really, really well. I really, really like Clo. It's such a fast mover, man. It's such a fast mover. Such a fast mover on both sides, man. Long and short. Long and short. So I'm going to view this. We're going to take... we can get rid of that for... Oh, didn't mean to do that. I want to get rid of this. Da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I go to ABC. So where's my short going to come from? That's assuming it stopped here. I don't know if it stopped there. Bro, I bet you I bet you it's going to run into this. Yeah, I'm going to look for... And again, this is just assumption. This is wave A. I don't know if wave A is done. Man, wave A could be done here. I'll wait for this. I'll wait for this. It's going to be lagging, but I'll wait for that, and I'll wait for this. What can I come down to? ETH is moving back up. That's good. It's fine. So there's that entire internal structure. Let's move that up. Saying, let's go here. Sheesh. Well, it would be nice if I can get an A here. Yeah. If that's the case, then I won't see that level. I'll most likely see probably this right here. And this will go much deeper. I'll probably sweep that. What do I have over here? So I got low liquidity over here, low liquidity over there. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, I like that for Clo. Good job, ETH. what was it again? I think it was 1 hour, right? Did we see 1 hour? One hour broke above it. If I were to long it, I'd look for this to hold. And then I can move into this, get a good scalp out of that. Just fill in this imbalance here. Matter of fact, no doubt, Sniper. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Modern. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, Omar. Yeah, I look at BTC. I was doing BTC in our class this morning with one of our students. He's actually got a decent setup. I'll let him post it inside the server because it's his idea, so I don't want to take any thunder from that. Yeah, I want to see what occurs. To answer your question, if I'm looking at 1776, yeah, I want to see what occurs at 1776 if it holds it, because we didn't sweep the New York session low. Let me make sure I have that right. Just double checking on that. Yeah, I need to move that up just a little bit. That doesn't seem like it's right. Because I don't have my magnet on. That's why. Derp, derp. Let's try that again. So I had a small little sweep of it, and let's bring that back. There we go. 1775. Sorry about that. My only hesitation comes from this, man. This is my only hesitation with taking any long there. It'd have to be a scalp though. I mean, and the coloration of these right now is not ideal. I really, if I'm longing, you know, I'm looking for something like this. These are more risky in that sense. That's why I say I would just observe this area. Even if I don't take it, then, you know, I'm going to wait for the short to come back. And see, we're running pretty hot here in this area. Let's look at volume real quick. Still bearish volume, but it's just decreasing in that area. Oh, they're trying to change a character. Yeah, there's going to be a big dogfight here. That's the same area for that wave A. Big dogfight there. You gotta have big cojones if you're long in this right here. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, yeah. Let's see if the camera is actually fixed or if it's still glitching. it's still delayed. I gotta fix something on the back end for that. I don't have the camera on because it's glitching on my side, like it's like lagging. So I gotta fix that off stream, offline. Let's look at a 2-minute. Ah, look at that. Damn. It's actually pretty sexy. Me gusta. Me gusta. Yep. That's on a 2-minute if you're executing on a 2-minute. And what was I looking for? I was looking for 1787. I didn't reach my target. I was looking for 1787. So I'm not going to chase it. Oh. Yeah, okay. Look at all this. Look at all that. Okay. I'll take a look at BTC. I'm pretty sure you guys want to see it. Where are you coming from, bro? Why are you showing there? I don't need you to show there. Excuse me. Oh, damn, that's on a cooldown. Nice, okay. Same thing with ETH. Same exact thing with ETH. Damn, if we can hold that. What's lower? Oh my gosh. Yeah, see, the thing is that we've already cleared a good chunk of it so far on that. It doesn't have to go there. Yeah, your super bullish level is going to be holding this zone right here. 64.86. And then you'd be targeting this area right here. I mean, yeah, I'll drop this inside of our playback. Yeah, see if we can get that on BTC. I'll set some alarms for this. Excuse me, now we have some alarms set for that. ETH is wanting to test this 1776. Okay, maybe a short little bounce, little bounce. Why did it just do that? Why did it just go to 2 minute? I don't know why I just did that. All right. What is going on? I don't need that. Oh, that's on there. I'll be right back. Let me get some water, guys. The stop loss for BTC, yeah, 57,280. Let's make this entertaining. I'm gonna took a small little hedge here on Bitunix here at this level right here. What? Why did it do that? It's the wrong tool. Right, so it's hedged for me, so I'm protected in that regard. See if I can hold on to that. Yep. Long is panning out in that regard. There it goes. So reasoning behind this is, you know, as I was saying before, you know, this is your New York session 15-minute range, right? Small little sweep into it. Maybe somebody caught it. They just got lucky. They were catching a knife. We broke above it. We have a close above it. So this candle that we see right now becomes your confirmation candle. So as long as you're holding above this area, then the trajectory is going to be bullish. It moves you to a higher direction. This would be just a scalp for me. I'm going to actually come down to a 30-minute, and I'm going to throw on the sessions real quick. If I can find my sessions, that'd be great. That's what I'd be targeting. Because I have entries around for my short small DCAs like around 1787. Now we're just in that waiting game, guys. No, it's just a waiting game. Yeah, 30-minute. Bears already lost their strength on 30-minute. They have the momentum, but they don't have the strength to go with it. So this pullback, right? Remember, because we got that change of character here on the 1 hour. Test. 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 Did I set an alarm for prom? I don't think I did. I know I set one for BTC, but I don't think I set one for prom. I did not. Did I do that on 1 hour? Or was it? What the hell time frame did I do that on? Oh, I actually didn't map it. Oh, I did that on the terminal. Derp derp. That's why. Okay. So 1 hour show me an 8. Are you on a cooldown? 8 lead up phase, 6 bear setup phase, bullish setup phase. You are on a cooldown. What do you look like on a 4 hour? You're still relatively warm. Okay. Bro, this is just insane. Look at that. And if anybody's curious as what the hell this is, it's called a whipsaw. It literally takes out both sides. Probably one of the most aggravating candles in all of crypto. And very common. Oh, did we get 17? Look at that. Now we're pushing up. Okay, cool. Where do I want to enter on prom though, man? I mean, I got a 4 hour. And I got bearish momentum that's picking up in ADX, so it's going to go into a state of volatility first. I think this is going to get swept. Ah, and look at you right here. What are you? 986, low 986. So you got a shave bottom that sits right there. So get me into this area. Yeah, it puts me, what's 50% of that wick to the downside? Yeah. All right, let's zone it out. Ooh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer, boys. We're getting closer. Yeah, I like that better. I'll wait for that on prom. I'm gonna set an alarm here for this. Let's just move this over so I can get the whole thing. So I want to see it visually. There we go. And I'll set an alarm for that. Let's do, yeah, once per bar and create. Okay. And so we're gonna look for that, and we're gonna try to target some of this over here. Try to get to this zone right over here. All right, ETH is coming back to my entries that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna flip back over to that real quick. I just want to set this up real quick for us. And I'll run a stop loss that's, you know, a new all-time low, because then you'll be in price discovery. And I'm targeting that right there. So let me just drop this inside for you guys. And Cat's acting weird. All right, that's prom. Prom's inside of the server now, just so you guys know. It's in the playback section if everybody's looking for it. Bro, did you just front run me by a couple dollars? You stinker maninker. Yeah, I'm just gonna set the limits. I'm not even gonna think about it. I'm just gonna set the limit. Now we just wait. It's like fishing. Only time can tell, brother. Only time can tell. And there's buy side liquidity over there. So it would make more sense if it was going to go to 63. What was your question? Do you think BTC can touch 63.7 again on lower time frames? I'm probably looking at a 21 minute. Yeah, I mean, 63, 283, you have a buy side liquidity there, and you have another one that's at 64. So yeah, I mean, it's very possible. It's very possible. That's on a 5 too. Why are you bouncing there? That'll become trendline liquidity. Is ETH doing the same thing? No, ETH's not doing the same thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, fighting for that change of character. Big fight zone. Why did you go there? Oh, that's why you went there. Damn, I think it just front ran my position. Oh wait, I still have PM session coming here in the next hour, 30 minutes to an hour. Wish I could put multiple levels in there. All right, that's inside the no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. BTC has to go and take that BSL for ETH to have that 1800. Not necessarily. I understand the logic behind it, but not necessarily. The main confluence that I utilize is USDT when it comes to ETH. What was my other limit? 1805. And what was that limit? 1825. Yeah, it's stalling out here because bears are trying to get the 4-hour change of character. Smart money is, at least. They're pushing for a change of character here. Buyers are trying to defend that level and move us back higher. You probably won't see anything here for 30 minutes or so. That said, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. I'll try to answer as many as I can. Or if there's a pair that you want me to look at, I'll take a look at it for us. How funny it would be, it just went. It would be hilarious. Absolute hilarious. Look at that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Oh, damn, that would be big. That would be huge. That would be huge. Maybe from this pivot. It kind of makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm scalp longing this just as an FYI. I have my stop here, but I still have the short running in the background. The 1787 is if, you know, we can hold on to that change of character on the 4 hour. Do you usually let stop loss get taken, or if there's no reaction or remove order? Well, yeah, I mean, if I have my the stop loss is part of my risk management, so if it gets taken, it gets taken. But I'd say like 95% of the time I'm hedged. You know, that's the way that I trade. I always hedge my positions. So if stop losses get taken on one direction, then I'm okay with that. No reaction for sometimes to just manually close it. It depends on the move, right? Like, so sometimes on a hedge, like if I'm building into my long and I'm heavier on my short, then I'll DCA in. But if it starts flushing hard, then I'll just close that position and just look for a new entry. So it just depends on what price action's doing. In this particular case, in this example that I'm showing you for ETH, for the long, is I want to be able to hold that 15-minute range. We did get a close above it, and now we're testing it. But in the event that we do get, you know, a move down to the downside, you know, on the next 1 hour candle, let's say it comes down here and then it starts closing underneath here, and then we start rejecting, then most likely what I'll do is I won't let it run to a stop loss. I'll just constitute that as saying that we're back inside that range, and now bearish momentum is picking up, and it's most likely going to flush us below here. But in the event that I get a wick that comes down, let's say to right here, and then pulls back up, you know, I'm still in it. If I was just in one position only, then I would keep my stop loss exactly where it is and just let it run to the stop loss. I think everybody got maybe the same notification, but if you update your Bitunix app, you get a $100 futures bonus. They just emailed me that. I don't know if that's legit because there's no app update on there. Yeah, there's no update on that. I don't know if that's legit. I'm finding out for us if that's accurate for Bitunix, but maybe some of you guys see it on your side. You can update the app, but there's an email. I don't know if any of you guys also received the same email. Yeah, 10 more minutes. for a PM session to kick in. All right, let's see what else we got on the scanner that we can look at on our side. See if we got anything else that's popping up for us. I got ETH in the background, so if I see any moves or anything like that, I'll jump back over to it. Light just came up. They don't have a symbol on there. It's probably for Binance. I probably gotta find it somewhere else. All right, let me see if the light is actually on Bitunix or Blofin. One moment. Yeah, I can find light on Bitunix. Okay. Let's flip this over. I'm gonna assume it's that. Hold on. One moment, please. Let me check something. One six. One 2 0. No, that's not. This is the wrong one. I had lighter. Oh, there it is. Derp derp. All right. I like to leave ETH open. So let me just do this real quick so I can just flip between the two. And I'll change BTC to the light one. All right. 120384. Is that 121? So somewhere around here. Damn, that's risky. Down to 1216. Okay. All right. $13.16. So what can I find here on my own? How much data do you have? Do you give me a week? No, you don't. Give me 2 days? Definitely don't. What about a day? Yo. Oh, because that's where it started from. Okay. All these time frames suck. All right, I'll just take off heat maps for now. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I would want to trade that, bro. How long have you been running sideways? For an entire 6 months. And that was just a massive candle, right? I just want to make sure. Okay. Can't even get anything out of that, bro. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want that. Oh, ETH is moving down again? Okay, ETH is the same area, okay. Okay, so you're my internal structure. No, I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that. I don't like the risk on that. I don't like the RR on that. Because you want to take to basically here inside this area. So you want me to go from this level to about I don't know if that's worth it for me. I had like something more like this. And then I can get that move. Just gonna set an alarm here. No, not 0.5. What was it I just looked at? It was 618. Watch that thing just teleport. It feels risky in that. I like the liquidity sweeps. That's what I like to trade. You know, there's no liquidity sweep event that's occurring here. And not much that is played out over here either. Yeah, you had a couple over here, but I'd really look for the sweeps. Either sweeps to the upside, then look for the short, or sweeps to the downside and look for the long. Beat is moving. A little dismal move. I don't know why you sent me an alert for that. That was garbage. Nope, don't want anything with that either. Let's go to... Still waiting on Sol. BTC coming on down. ETH in the same predicament. So we'll leave that there. Yeah, 4 hour. Stay here on 1 hour. All right, now look. This is kind of what I'm referring to. Like, we closed above it, came and retested, still closed above it. Now we're still continuously testing it here in this area. So the long is still valid in that regard, from this perspective. This is going to be a real fight zone over here, because I believe on the 4 hour, yeah, this whole area right over here. I'll just do a box, probably easier. See, that's what they're fighting for right now. Both sides are fighting for that. It's just which side's going to be more dominant. Bulls have the lead. I mean, Bears have the lead. They definitely have the lead. It doesn't mean that the score can't change. I'm just pointing out that they have the lead right now. Yeah, the only one that I see that came up on our scanner that I actually like is going to be the prom one. That's so far. And as I was pointing out, I mean, you're going to get literally hundreds of different setups, rating from 60 on the low side to the upper 90s on the high side. Something that's worth watching, in my opinion, is anything that's going to be 70 and above. So I believe prom scored a 72 or 74, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just worth watching. Yeah, it scored a 74. It scanned for a short. I'm looking to do the opposite, looking for the long on it. $17.80, man. Just one little flush. Come on, give us one little flush. I'm mainly waiting for the ad backs. PM session just began here, just as an FYI. Well, cash market for PM isn't open yet, but it technically starts at 12. 12:30 is when you start to see the momentum. We just gotta stomach it for, 30 more minutes or so. Thank you, honey. Oh no, there's no more of this one. Well, just keep it because when I wanna go get the same one, I know which one. I gotta take a picture of it. Gracias, manita. Drop me a W in the chat if you guys actually took this long. Let me know if you guys are actually engaged in that sense, or if you're waiting. That's what's up, Omar. That's what's up. Oh man, I'm back. I had to get a little snack in. It's lunchtime somewhere. A lot of waiting right now. I shared something yesterday with you guys inside of our believer section. If you don't know, I'm a faith-based trader. A lot of what I do and everything I do, better put, is operating with Him, our Lord and Savior, in mind. Some of you guys thank me for the streams and things of that nature, and while I definitely appreciate the thanks, I'm only a vessel at the end of the day. My purpose is to help others. It's an enjoyment for me. It's a passion for me, and I love to see others succeed. Even more so, I love to see others excel beyond my own levels, right? I am a father, and so that's kind of where the mindset comes from. You always want to see your children do better than you, and I'm not saying that you guys are my children. I'm just saying that I always like to see that you guys do better. So I say that to say this, is that I share some thoughts from a spiritual perspective that can be related to trading. And last night before I was going to bed, I was going to do a couple things, and I end up changing my mind. I won't go into the whole spiritual aspect as far as what made me change my mind, but something moved me, and I grabbed my Bible, started reading, and actually something pointed me towards Isaiah 43. And I'm a firm believer that nothing is coincidental. Everything happens for a reason. And there's moments and times when you hear certain words, spiritual words or scripture words, things of that nature, it's It's because you were in that place at that time. You needed to be there at that time to hear that. It's something that your spirit was calling for. Remember, we're supposed to lead by spirit, not by the flesh. And so I lead in that direction. And so some of you guys may have read this, but I'll read it to you guys. It comes from Isaiah 43. It's the entire chapter, but it's broken down in how it's related to trading. Somebody asked me inside the server if I can expand upon that a little bit more, and I will in this, but I'll read it for you guys so that the word is out there. It is written, "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by your name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overflow you. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be burned, nor shall the flame scorch you." That's Isaiah 43, 1 through 2. One of the greatest misconceptions in our walk with Christ is believing that following him should exempt us from hardship. Right? God doesn't say, I'm going to make your life easy. He knows that you're going to go through hardship. He knows you're going to go through those fires. He's going to go through those waters. But God never promised Israel in that scripture they wouldn't face deep waters. He promised he would be with them in the waters. And that's the same context for us. Is when we're going through those hard times in trading, maybe a setup is not coming. Maybe you're on a drawdown. Whatever the case may be, he's there. He is present. Jehovah Shammah, the Lord is present. He never promised Israel they wouldn't walk through fire. He promised the fire wouldn't consume them. And in trading, it's no different. There will be drawdowns. There will be losing trades. There will be seasons where nothing seems to work. There will be moments where fear whispers louder than faith. Those moments don't mean God has abandoned you. They may be the very place where he's teaching you to trust him more deeply than your own strategy. As traders, we spend so much time trying to predict the next candle that we sometimes forget who holds tomorrow. Our confidence cannot come from perfect entries. It cannot come from indicators. It cannot come from P&L. Our confidence comes from the one who says, "You are mine." When your identity is rooted in Christ instead of your trading account, you stop allowing green days to inflate your pride and red days to destroy your peace. The market will always test your emotions. God is using those moments to refine your character. Gold is purified in fire, and so is faith. Don't let a losing trade convince you that you've lost your purpose. If your purpose is to provide for your family or to get yourself out of a situation, but you're on a drawdown, it doesn't mean that it's not for you and doesn't mean that you're a bad trader. It's, as I said before, it's meant to build character, to help you strengthen an identification, have discernment on what your purpose is. Your account balance does not determine your value. If you have a smaller portfolio or a large portfolio, or if you're on a large drawdown, it has no reflection of who you are at the end of the day. There may be some bad habits that are in there, but remember, bad habits can always be refined. They can always be adjusted. And that's part of the character building. That's one thing about trading that it does so well, is it shows you who you are at the end of the day. So your account balance will never ever reflect who you are on the inside. And always remember that. The market may be uncertain, but God's promises never are. The greatest edge you'll ever have is a heart that trusts God more than it trusts itself. Believe in him more than you believe in yourself. This is a breath prayer. When I find myself in moments of anxiety, or find myself in moments where the waters are deep or the fire is close, I breathe in. And as I'm breathing in, I'm saying, "Lord, you are with me." And as I exhale, I will not fear. Father, thank you for reminding us that you never promised an easy road, only that we would never walk it alone. When fear rises higher than our faith, anchor us in your promises. When losses tempt us to abandon discipline, remind us that our identity is found in Christ and not in our performance. Teach us patience in waiting, wisdom in execution, humility in victory, and peace in defeat. Refine our character more than our accounts. Yes, Lord. May every trade become another opportunity to trust you. I pray all that in Jesus' name. Amen. One thing I'll leave you with is today, say this to yourself. This is something that was posted inside the server. But today I choose faith over fear. I belong to Christ. My peace is not determined by the market. No, sir. My identity is not determined by profit or loss. No, sir. No matter what waters I face or what fire I walk through, my God is with me. The market reveals your strategy. The trials we go through reveal your faith. You can build on both, but anchor only one in Christ. And that's it. If you get nothing from this at all, no trades, no entries, no strategies, you're going to get some word. You're going to get some word. And yes, that's what you can expect from me. Whether you work with me one-on-one or you're just inside the server hanging out and chilling, you guys should know me by now. At least you guys have been with me for a couple years. All right, let's look at ETH real quick. Yeah, your short's underwater anyways. I'll catch you. He'll come back, man. Just gotta be patient with it. PM session is really gonna kick in here in the next 30 minutes. I mean, 6 minutes. Sorry, 6 minutes. I meant to say 6 minutes. Oh, I need to change this so I can do hedge mode. For instance, video looks like stop loss will be taken. So do you end the trade manually instead of letting the stop loss get taken, assuming you're not in hedge? If you're not in a hedge, yeah, you could. I mean, you have 30 minutes left inside this candle. So you really want to see if this candle closes underneath. The question was, for example, this PA price action looks likely stop loss will be taken. So do you end the trade manually instead of letting the stop loss get taken, assuming you're not in a hedge? So if you're not in a hedge, then if this candle closes underneath this New York open high, then yes, I would close it manually. Whichever comes first in the next 30 minutes. And if I want to really drill down on this, I want to see where the intent is, because you can see where all these closes were. Right, that's another layer you can throw on top and saying, okay, well, maybe I close underneath here, so it becomes more risky to hold on to it. But if I can reclaim this, it shows me where the intent is. All of this is representing liquidity. So all this right here, all this, excuse me, is liquidity. But for me, that's the reason why I hedge. It gives you room to be wrong. And hedges need to be separate. I'm not entering long and short on the exact same price action. I usually at minimum have like a 50 basis point spread between the two for a hedge to start making sense. If I want to take a hedge, if it's in an area that deems, okay, this looks good to hedge. I'd be surprised if we come back down to go back up to 1839 or 1840. I mean, I could see us testing somewhere inside of here, but I'd be surprised if we did. Oh, come on down. And I think leverage is pretty important to point out too. You know, if we're running heavy leverages, then yeah, see, that's just stopped. Now that's out. Now waiting for it to sweep New York session low. I don't think I'm gonna get my ads. My long is gone. How funny would it be? It hits their stop loss and then goes back up to my targets. That's just typical. That happens. And somebody's going to say, I'm being targeted. No, you're not. It was just an obvious area for a stop loss. It's inside this range. It's a neutral area, so we shall see. Did this go to 618? Yeah, I went to 618. What's the next level? 7.6. Where are you? So you can kind of use this as an example, you know, what we were looking at on the 2 week, right? You know, you want to see that it can hold this wick. If it can hold this wick, then all this move is bullish retest. If it sweeps it, then you know you're in full on bearish mode. .5 fib. The way that I treat my 0.5 is like when I'm looking for support or resistance. If I lose the 0.5, then I'm in bearish territory. If I had my 0.5 to the upside and I was measuring resistance and I lose the 0.5, then I'm in bullish territory. And you still got volatility that's kicking in here. So it's although bears are leading in dominance in that regard, you do have some divergence that has already occurred over here on a 1 hour. No, no, no. Somebody may have re-entered. I mean, I wouldn't fault you for that. You have 20 minutes to figure out if you're going to be holding on to that. So maybe you're building. Like where Saint stop loss is at, that's where my entry is going to be. That's okay. That's perfectly okay. I wouldn't be mad at you. No hate. Okay, more liquidity. Okay, all this little section right over here. So sometimes what I like to do is I like to take where the intent was, where that liquidity was, and then that just becomes like your, what I would constitute as like a PRZ. If I can get back above the 1775 area and hold that area, then I'd look for another re-entry. Still holding the short. I'm going to move back up. So technically we're holding the 0.5 as of right now, wicked into a 618, and price action is holding it. We have 18 minutes. So really want to see that in a perfect world, we want to see that this candle can close above here, but you're going to see resistance on this. You're going to. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. Actually, let's throw this on real quick. Let's look for it this way. Let's see what I can find here. Ah, there it is. I knew it was there. I saw that. Yep. So there's a total pattern that just printed there. Bro, if you go there, oh my gosh, I might scream. I might scream. And just like remember when you were in grade school, just trace the lines, kids. Just trace the lines. Let's change this to purple. And leave that green. Yeah, so this box becomes the PRZ. Oh, it's gonna get funky over there. Let's do this. And I think your intent, right? Yeah, your intent. Highly recommend using your object tree, guys, just to organize your thoughts and ideas. If you could learn how to spell, that'd be fantastic, son. I'm gonna remove these for right now. I'll come back to that. All right. So change of character would be my wave B. Okay. This is a bigger pattern we're looking at. We really don't need this right now. We'll come back to that later. Well, what if it was there? What if that was B? See, that's too large. That's too big. I could see that. I could see that. Got an anti-shark with that. I can see that. All right, I'm still gonna hide it for now. I don't know if it's developed yet because I don't have the swing points yet. This one I already have the I already have the pivots. You see, they're fighting for that line. So that's that. The cipher pretty much performed. I'll keep it around. What are you? You're my New Yorks. You're my New Yorks. Right? Yeah, you're my New Yorks. I'll delete these later. And you're the red fib. Oh, yeah, you're the PRZ. You belong there. And what are you? You're the wave 2 that I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. I need to measure that out again. I'll come back to that. You actually probably belong. Yeah, you probably belong over here. That's where you belong. Okay, that's good. What are you? I have no idea what you are. Where do you hail from? Oh, you're my VRU. Okay. You can actually go inside here. That's where you can go. I think I have a pattern set up over here as well too. Yeah, that won't work anymore. So bye-bye. Okay. And I'll come back to this. Okay. The 1 hour cipher that completed. Pretty much, I still have 1737 on the map, but for the most part, it's pretty much been utilized. And you're the bigger one, okay? All right, cool. Let's go to work. Can I get a subwave in there? Because then I got my A, B, C. So then, that would actually feed into my 1, 2, 3. So if that's my B, then that would be my 1. Okay, so then I'll have a subwave going that way. Oh, that's actually wrong. I need to get rid of that. I don't need that. I'm gonna find a micro. That's what I'm gonna find. I'm gonna find a micro. We're gonna go this way. And what's here? We'll find that out. And then C will put me somewhere over here. They're going to be in my newts. And we'll just show the waves for right now. All right, and we had another wave B. I'll utilize both of them so I can kill 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, I got a BSL that sits right here. What is that, 1825? Yeah, everything keeps pointing back to that 1825. Okay. And where does that also put me at? Yeah, that puts me at wave A for this. Okay, so I have some confluence that sits there as well too. Okay, let's make some adjustments. What tool do I want to use here? Bro, why would you go there? That made no sense. I didn't even put it in there. Okay. Ah, and right back down it goes. Yep. So I can come up and fill some of this gap right over here. And then I can come down and fill in that gap. And then, man, I have so much gap down here. Right over here. I have a lot of gap right here, up to here. Okay. How do I get there? What if that creates like a new channel? Is that attached to anything? Nah. I had the same thing on a 2-day. It's a massive bump and run reversal. Massive. There you are. Okay. The white candles, just as an FYI, those represent sweeps. You can put the labels on and just use your regular candles if you want, or if you want to use the smart candles and take the labels off, you can do that. I designed it so you know you can control how much noise you want on your charts. All right. What would a C look like from that? Bro, if that's not textbook, I don't know what is, man. Nope. I want to see you do it over here. I want you to be sharp. Yeah, that's proper for wave 2s. And I think that gives me possible. How do I get here though? That doesn't work because this doesn't work. Then this wouldn't be done. That's the only way that works. Instead of going here first, we come here first because wave 8 wasn't done. See, the reason I don't like that is because that's so wide. Wave 2s are pretty sharp. I don't know. That's heavy speculation. We'll figure it out. We'll come back to that. Oh, the regime is trying to change. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it still looks good. Don't get me wrong. I'm still holding my short. New to the stream. Welcome, 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 Limitless. Glad that you're here. Omar, you re-entered at 1768. It reclaimed 1775. You're probably looking on lower time frames, brother. Yeah, 4 hours still looks good for bear. We're just seeing if we can get something that moves into here. Because, I mean, no matter where this correction goes to, whether it comes down to here or if it stops here, what have you, we're going to see the opposite correction move up to the upside. We shouldn't make a higher high, but we're still going to be coming back into these regions. You know, maybe there's some type of fundamental that's out there, and maybe there's actual bombing going off out there in the world, and that fundamental just acts as fuel to where people just start panicking. what's my thesis on BTC right now? I think we'll have a green July. I'm seeing a nice W on the daily. That brings us to 71K-ish. I think for the most part, all crypto is contingent inside the month of July for a confirmation month. So the way that I'll walk you through it, you can utilize the same thing for BTC. But if you look inside of this middle pane that you see right over here, the 2021-2022 bear market, this is a monthly perspective. You're looking at an 8 from a TD9 sequential count with a 13 for the lead up phase. In short, from utilizing that strategy, that points towards that trend is running into an exhaustion. Excuse me. However, the 9 can always flush down a little bit lower, so we're not out of the woods. That's what makes July a confirmation month. I'll take you over to a 2-week, and you can apply the same things here on for BTC as I'm showing you here on ETH. This wick right over here, this was our low, 1503, 1505 area. I'm on index, so it might show a little bit different on whatever exchange you're on, but on index, I'm right around like 1505. So this wick, in order for us to confirm that July is actually done, or July is our confirmation month, over the next 6 days, I fully anticipate that we'll test some of these levels. Let me turn that to black so you can see it. We'll test some of these levels inside of here. 50% of this wick is 1608. So holding these areas and reclaiming, then we can go higher. But the only way that we can confirm that we're going to go higher is that we actually have to have some form of a bullish retest. So, I mean, that's a short version. Weekly showing that it's actually trying to flip the setup phase, but you have this level right over here. Dang it, why does it keep going to white? You have this level right over here, which is 1705. That's still on the table. All bullish retest levels. Bullish retest level, bullish retest level. All those are bullish retest levels. So wait, I have a setup already. I think I printed it for you guys. It's inside the server. Feel free to pop into the server. The invite is inside of the description. But I'm looking at from, what was it, daily? Or no, it was 2 weeks. Sorry, it was 2 week. I didn't map it from here. No, I didn't. Where did I map that from? I mapped it from here because I wasn't on Bitunix. I was on index. Here it is. Yeah, it's right over here. So that's my view for BTC. Very similar to what I just walked you through for ETH. Looking at this wick, taking 50% of that wick, that puts us at 6486 inside that area. So if we are in fact going to be bullish here, inside the month of July and then going into August, and then it's just, it's a run from there, then we need to see a healthy retest, hold those levels, and then we can move higher. So 6486 inside that area is one of the levels I'm looking at. Keep in mind though, we do have very thin liquidity that sits right inside these areas. I'll turn that to white. Very thin liquidity that sits inside that area, and very thin liquidity that sits there. I don't think that we're going to get to those levels. I'm just pointing out that there's thin liquidity that's there. And for every bear market that we've been in, I'll take you over to USDT. And this is what I look for on USDT. I'll space this out to a weekly. Actually, I'll go back to a daily. Forgive me. Every every bear market that we were in, USDT reached an all-time high. We can see that we have a 5 impulse wave that's occurring here. This could really be constituted as an A, B, and then C. So you have a flat level. So if you see an impulse up 1 and then it holds this area as a 2, you can get a 3 and a 4 and then a 5 that puts us somewhere right over here, which would put USDT at a new all-time high. So price discovery for that. And if we're going to be mirroring what USDT does during bear markets when it reaches all-time highs, ETH BTC reach ridiculous lows for that cycle. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to go to like 15,000 or anything like that. It's just going to be a substantial low for that year. So that's a quick and fast version for you. I'm hoping that helps. Yeah, let's check out River. We haven't looked at River in a long time. Forgot about that. Nope, not there yet. Almost there. Almost there. That's what I'm looking for River. Let's give him a little pupils. And that will be our River guy. He's going to stay there. You like that? I joke. I keyed. Let's see if we can hold that. So technically we closed underneath the New York session high, the 15-minute range. So be extremely careful with your longs. I'm personally just going to wait for the reclaim. I'd wait for the reclaim. We can drill down to like maybe like a 21 minute, see what that looks like. Yeah, look, perfect rejection right off of it. Yep. They want lower. $17.30. I think we'll get a sweep into 1737 either during this PM session or we're going to see it during Asia. So the shorts are still holding. You know, if we get a push up here, you know, during PM session, then we're looking for a sweep of this and then a sweep of here, which coincides with where the wave B is at for this level. Yes, I did map out a higher level for the wave 2, which sat right over here, but I'm still going to be taking TPs. If I'm longing like inside of the zone, I'm still going to be taking TPs here. 5, 10%, 5, 10%, 5, 10%, 85% over here inside these levels. My short is from 1839.4. So I'm really just waiting for this to move back up so I can have an add back, have a decent add back. Control Z. I've already taken some profits off of it. It was a fast mover. I don't think a lot of people were able to get into it. But inside of the VIP section, you'll see that there's a full breakdown of that inside of our corner. Actually, here, I'll just share it with you now. Here, I'll put a link for you inside the chat here now. Hold on, buddy. There you go. I just put it in the chat for you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's a couple different roles in there that maybe you want to look into. So you get access. There's a couple different traders that are in there that have their designated corners. Definitely want to check them out because they have some good setups. I predominantly trade ETH and some other altcoins here and there, but they trade Sol, BTC, Hype, you name it. So there's a mixed bag in there, if you will. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. And if you're a man of faith, there's a section in there for believers. So inside this section, I'm going to share with you now. If I can actually find my own section, that'd be fantastic. Where'd it go? There it is. Derp, derp. Derp, derp. So if you go into VIP, for any of those guys that are inside of VIP, and if you need access to VIP, it's actually quite simple. There's a channel that actually walks you through how to gain access to VIP. You'll actually find that right over here. It's just utilizing our referral links. We trade mainly on Bitunix and Blofin. Once you're inside, then you'll get access to the VIP corner. Inside VIP corner, there's a little bit more detailed breakdowns, at least what I provide, because I know that these guys, these individuals that are part of VIP, not only are they trading, but they're also wanting to learn and excel in that. So that's why that section is carved out for them. It's more of like a reward system for those that are actually here to do something versus just look for entry, stop loss, and TPs. But inside here, there's a thread. There's 2 threads, and you guys can see the full breakdown for that. Right. This is the 4-hour POV. The way that I work is I will start with one idea, and then I'll start breaking it down in sections. So you'll see what it looks like, and then all of it together at the end, you'll see how it plays out. This is the 1-hour one that we were trading just yesterday, posted it 16 hours ago. It was this thesis, right? So we had the anti-cipher that printed. You had your entry area, stop loss level, which I would re-enter on that, and then TPs 1812 hit, 1788 hit, 1737 hasn't been hit yet, and if we lose 1705, it goes much deeper. And in here you can really dive into my mindset as far as what I'm looking at when I'm structuring my plays and structuring my setups. So not sharing any of this to impress anybody, just impress upon that there is a section where if you need guidance, that's where you'll find it. You'll find full details that are inside there. And then obviously if you guys have any questions or anything like that, you always feel free to ask me. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, if you're just joining the server, there's going to be a CAPTCHA that's going to DM you. So that's, you want to look in your DMs for the CAPTCHA. It's going to be the guard bot, Citadel guard bot. You'll receive it from there. If it doesn't get the CAPTCHA within a certain period of time, then it ultimately removes you. I'm going to stick on this 1 hour where we're at now. And we keep rejecting that area. I need to change this alarm on Sol. It's gone off way too many times. It's now becoming annoying. There. That'd be a nice play. Damn, you know what? I can actually go that way, right? 1, 2. No, that's still too big. I'm definitely gonna get a C leg there, and I'll definitely get a D leg here. It's just how am I gonna measure that? I think I've done that already once. I think that's this pattern, right? Yeah, that's you. But that's just too darn sharp. So just beyond the 1.4 flat, but I still get into zigzag areas. So what if I put you at a still too deep? Possible. Let's go to a 5. So I'm probably going to be in a 618 area. Yeah, that's the most confluent. So let's take you off. Wait, let's just double check before we do that. No, I like that. Trying to figure out how do I land in between here. So I'm going to take off 1.13 because I don't think we're going to go that flat. I don't think we're going to go to 1.272 that flat either. 1.414. Now we start entering into zigzag territory right over here, which feeds into this. So that puts me right in between there. I'm pretty sure, I think we have some hot pockets that sit right over there. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. No, not there. Will I find that on a 30? 30 is too high. 89. Meet me in the middle. Too high. Too low. 1 hour is not gonna work. 4 hour kind of works. Sweep there into this. Okay. So let's look at a profile real quick. Okay. That's for the wider, and then let's go on the intro. Volume area low sits inside this area. Okay. I lock it. I lock it. I lock it a lot. Let me throw that on real quick. I want to see that too. Yeah, so somewhere inside this area. So this fib right over here, this area right here, just beyond that 1.414, but still running into sharp levels, zigzag levels for the ABC that I just drew over here. But I need to get here for that to work out. I need to get somewhere over here. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll run with that. Bro, why does this put the box there? That's crazy to me. See, on a 4 hour, the regime hasn't changed yet from a candle. So right now we're ranging. That's why it looks like this. That's why we're seeing PA like this. So typically when we start ranging like that, that means that an impulse has completed, or at least it's ran into completion levels. That's what kind of supports this by saying, okay, this is A, and then we're going to go into a B, and then we'll go into a C. Because we have this right over here, and this is not done yet. This hasn't flipped into a range or into bearish modes yet. And what's the count on that? Come on, I got a 1 with a 5 lead up phase, so that trend's not done yet. Yeah, that trend's not done yet on a 4-hour. When you hear me say this trend is not done yet, I'm referring to all this. All this. That's not done yet. So the probabilities of revisiting this area are definitely greater than 50. It's just a matter of, is the trend done here short term for right now, or am I going to come down lower into these levels first? And you got a 1 that's printing here. What changes that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's closing underneath here. Yeah, it's closing beneath the intent line. There, you see it better that way. And if we recall, remember, we still have that change of character here on the 1 hour based on this. We don't have a retest of that just yet. We don't have a retest of that. So, you know, retesting would be somewhere over here, but that would be really, really, really short for a wave 2. This makes more sense because that gives confluence for a wave B and a wave C. I'm looking at the wave B as a minute, just as an FYI. We still have larger wave Cs that are out there. I think I can actually get rid of this. I don't think I need this anymore. It's just more noise, eh? More noise. And that could happen here in the next 24, 48 hours, somewhere in that time frame. You know, today and tomorrow maybe. And remember the 2 week, we still have 6 days left in the 2 week. Targeting 1734, that's what's up. I'm just gonna go ahead and, I think I know who this is. I'm just gonna give you some roles just so you can see a little bit more inside the server. Hi guys, already streaming in the war room. There you go. Love to see it. Love, love, love to see it. Good initiative, brother. Good initiative. Hop right into the server, get straight to work. I stream 3 to 4 times a week. So my schedules: Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I have private classes that I teach within the server. Those run from 8:30 a.m. to about 9:30 a.m. Right after those classes, I'm hopping into the stream. Typically before the stream and before the classes, there's a pre-market analysis that's already posted. You'll find it on the site. You're probably going to ask me next, where's the site? I'll share that here inside the chat with you so you have access to it. All of our scans are in there for different coins that we're looking at. That's the site. So in there, you'll find the pre-market analysis. It's predominantly geared towards ETH, but there's other coins, as I mentioned. You'll find them inside the terminal, and you'll find them inside the scanner section. If you want the full details of the scanner information, you'll need a code. Just DM me and I'll get the code over to you. And then stream wise, it's Mondays, Tuesdays. I usually take Wednesdays off, and then Thursdays and Fridays. It's always going to be contingent on where the market's at. So like if the market's just kind of moving sideways and it's relatively boring, there's really no point for me to stream. There's just nothing going on. There's nothing going on in that section. There's some educational content on the site as well too. Kind of give you an opening to how I trade, what indicators I use, what strategies I use, how I predict the market, things of that nature. So all that is there for you guys. It's all free. Only thing I'll ever ask is just engage in the server, engage on the streams. That's all I could ever ask for. But I have a feeling I'm going to be streaming every day this week due to that 2-week candle, looking for the next 6 days. Nice, man. What a great resource. Thanks, Limitless. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Saying, is the Discord invitation link working? Someone new is trying to join but can't access, says invite invalid. No, I posted inside the chat. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see the invite there. I'll fix it on the description in post when I'm done streaming. I'll fix it for anybody that comes back, but in the meantime, there's a invite that's there. But you guys should be able to invite too, just as an FYI. But there's an invite link inside this live chat that's posted. Actually, I'll just pin it so you don't have to scroll for it. There. Pinned. Did I undo it? Whoops. I think I hit undo by accident. My bad. Oh, that's a link you clicked, but it said invalid? No, that's interesting. Let me get you a fresh one. No, it's good. I mean, it's good for 30 days. Let's say invite, no limit. Roles. Let's just do initiate so I know where people are coming from. And spectators. Oh, leave it good for 7 days. There you go. Generate new link. Copy. Here's another one. Let's see if that helps. We do have mods within our group that are vigorously running through the chats, things of that nature, moderating people that join, things of that nature. People that come in with shenanigans, you know, spamming other people in DMs and things of that nature, they're immediately removed and banned. We have a no toxic rule. We give grace to one member because he's been with us for like 4 years, but we have a no toxic type of environment. You can vent. That's totally fine. Everybody can vent. Lurk. Yeah, we got a handful of lurkers too. This might be pessimistic of me thinking, but my viewpoint is that most people that just lurk, they're not waiting for the win, they're waiting for the fail. They're waiting for someone to fail. It's just kind of where society is at today. You see it all over crypto Twitter. Somebody will post a setup or they'll post their P&Ls, and then you just see inside of the chats like people like, oh, I'm looking forward to when you get liquidated. It's like, bro, what? Why are people like that? I don't understand that. You guys that rock with me, you guys know I'll be your biggest cheerleader. Pom-poms and all, bro. Give me a T. T, you got your T, you got your T. Give me a P. P, you got your P, you got your P. Now, if you're actually going to see me actually do that with pom-poms, no, that's a different discussion. Metaphorically, guys, metaphorically. All right, what is going on? You are losing the 15-minute. All right, PM session is here. Here we go. We got a 6. Give us a flush, please. Give us a flush. Just swoop on down. Come on down. 1737. Where's my 1737? Where's my little... Oh, I think I removed that setup. Where are you? 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 Here you are. Which TP are you? You're not my first. I think you're going to be my last. Yes, there you are. Just do it this way. It's faster for me to do it this way. As a matter of fact, I believe on the suite, it actually is calling for... Yeah, 1825, 1825.99, and I have 1825.41. So, yep. I don't care which direction you want to give me first, just give me one of them. So maybe it took me 4 hours to say this, but this will probably be your main areas for the day. Which one you're going to get first? I don't know. Trend-wise... Trend-wise, you got some shakeouts, you got some divergence as well. Yeah, this thing should have broke down here, but then had more shakeouts here. Should have broke down here, more shakeouts here. Break down here. Found support because there was a pivot point there. Wanted to break down here. Pushed up high. That's your divergence right there. and now it's doing the same thing. It's doing more shakeouts here in this area. And then trend wise, you know, just going back to a 1 hour wise, I don't give it much weight on the 4 hour. I mean, the 1 hour DMI. Doesn't mean that you can't get a read on it. It can give you some false signals. That's all I'm getting at. So if like I'm going to utilize DMI the proper way and instruct you guys the proper way, I would utilize DMI on a 4 hour. Again, it doesn't mean that you can't use it on a 1 hour or lower time frames. It just, from my experience in utilizing DMI for many years, is that I get a better read on a 4 hour. And on that note, kind of the same crap. Volatility, which signals towards the sideways movement that we're seeing right now. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, reached our limits for the stream for today. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'll be inside of the server walking you guys through a couple different setups. If things start to develop, as we see ETH is starting to push down now into these lower levels, I'll be letting you guys know if I'm going to be taking a hedge long here in this area. 1737, as I mentioned before, is going to be one of the prime targets that I'm really looking for, that I want to see price action get to before I make any real decisions on my entries. Outside of that, I thank you guys for being here with me. Be safe, continue to be profitable, and if nobody's told you today, Jesus loves you. I love you. Thank you so much for the time, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Peace.